Oh, I'm late. About 8 minutes late, and I'll tell you why that happened as soon as I figure out how to get the camera down into a smaller frame. I had to go to the city, not to the big city, but to the little city, and I did, and it was church time. It was church time, and all the stores were packed. I'll tell you what, the lockdown hasn't had any influence at all on the church. Not one bit. It's just as crowded now as it was before the lockdown. I don't know why, but that business, that's a good business. And that's what it is, a business. My goodness. I don't go to church. I don't, you know, when I used to go to church all my life. I'll just tell you a little church story. So, I went to church as a child. My brother and I went to church. My grandmother, my grandparents, most of my family. My mother and dad didn't go to church much, but we always gave whatever the something to the church, and that was the way we grew up. But one day, when I was about 20, 21 years old, I didn't have a job. It was 1976. We were in the middle of a recession, and I went to the church to ask them for a bag of food. And they said, "You're a young man, go out and get a job." Well, there wasn't any work. The airlines were laying people off. My uncle that I worked for doing construction, there was no work at all for like 3 or 4 months. I never went to church after that. But nothing has changed. The churches are packed. I mean, there might have been 1,000 people outside the church waiting to get in. Everybody was all dressed up in their Sunday best with their shiny shoes and their belt buckles and everything like that, which is cool. And then they had the vendors outside the church. I took a walk. I didn't make a video, but I took a walk around the vendors. Well, again, there was Mother's Day today, so I understand why it was so crowded. So I took a walk, and I always ask people questions. So they have these vendors outside the church. It used to be the vendors could only stay on the sidewalk, which is 300 feet from the front entrance of the church. The church is set back on the property, and 200 feet from each side. Well, 200 feet from one side, and there is no other side. The church property goes back 400 or 500 feet with where they live and buildings, and where they store their brand new SUVs and motorcycles for the people that work in the church. So the vendors sell anything from cotton candy to these, I don't know what they are, chicken innards, 3 pieces for 10 pesos. I never ate one. I think it's chicken intestines. Anyway, so I said to the vendor, "How much does the church charge you for you to be here?" Well, last year, or a year and a half ago, it was 2,000 pesos for the day, which is quite a bit of money. I don't know how many, at 10 pesos each, you have to sell 10. That's 100 pesos. You have to sell 200 snacks at that time to get your money back. But today he told me 3,000 pesos. Different guy, but in the last year and a half, instead of the church charging the vendors less money, because there is no money, they raised it 50%. Now, what did they raise? The guy's stand takes up about, I don't know, it's like 3.5 feet wide and 6 feet long. You could tow it on the back of a tricycle or a car, and some of them are on bicycles, so they have a bicycle built into it. So now you have to sell 300 snacks at 10 pesos each. But the point I'm trying to get to is that with the lockdown and nobody working and nobody really earning any kind of really serious money compared to what it was 2 years ago, instead of the church lowering the price of something for the people that do want to work in front of the church, they raised it 50%. It's their prerogative. But again, I will tell you that 4 months ago, I offered to buy the church bell that weighed about 400 kilos. And they said, no, these are going to a museum. And no, they're still sitting in front of the church. They never, well, I'm sure they will go to a museum, but I offered the guy $2,000 for a bell. And they're still sitting there, which I don't care. I don't want it any. I was on a lark. It was just a lark. I said, I'll buy the bell. Then I could bang the bell instead of the pot. But so when I asked the fella how much it was street out, that's for the small stand. There were bigger stands. There were people, the big crowd. So then I walked outside the perimeter of the church. I had things to do in town today. So, and there were people on the street, asking for money. Street panhandles, just asking for money. Give me pesos, give me pesos. And I said, why don't you go to the church, get some pesos from the church? There's no answer to that because the church doesn't give out anything. They don't, it's not like there was 1,000 people waiting to get into the church, or 1,000 people from the first mass and then the second mass, and the church doesn't give any free food to the poor people. Now, they might have a food pantry that I don't know about, but I don't know about it. And I ask about that all the time. And no, they have nothing that I know about. And maybe they do it under a different name or something like that. But so even in the city, typically I'll go into the city on a Sunday. There's a huge church in Tagbilaran, and I keep telling you, I've been telling you, this church in Tagbilaran, it's gone up in height. Okay, there's a huge church, and then they started to build a huge perimeter area around the back. I don't know if they were going to make classrooms there, or it was going to be rooms for the priests, or rooms for, I don't know what it was going to be for. That's bigger than the church, that part. So then, about 2 years ago, they started to go up. They went up 3 floors, and now they're renovating the perimeter rooms that I don't know what it's for. They put a new roof on. They refaced all the stonework. They destroyed the beauty of the church at the same time. The church had a beautiful rustic coral look, and somebody came in with plaster of stucco and stuccoed the whole church. It ruined the decor of the coral building. But my point. Then, as if that wasn't enough, there's a playground for the children. They didn't do any work on the playground for the children. They just left all the old swings and swing sets and teeter-totters, that stuff is all just destroyed. And then they didn't do any work on that kind of stuff, but they're building up to the right and to the back, nonstop, 24/7, 7 days a week for the last 2 or 3 years. And the people out in front of that church, they sit there and they beg for food, and they don't get, the church never comes out and gives them anything. And that church, oh God, there's the amount of people that go to that church. Now, once before I told you, there's a lot. And what did they do? What, do they have enough money? I think so. They put a spire, a pyramidal spire like the Egyptians have, the obelisk, which is a pagan philosophy, by the way. And also it dates back several thousand years, that the Vatican has one. They have one in Washington, D.C. And now this church had so much extra money, I don't know how much money they spent on the spire and the pedestal for the spire and the fence around the spire, around the monolith, whatever it is. I don't really know. It's one of those things like they have inside the Vatican City. So not only do they have money to build what they need, but they have maybe, I don't know how many millions of pesos, 3 million, 5 million pesos. This is an expensive project. 3, 4, 5 million pesos for the area that they put the stone in. And still they don't fix the children's playground, or not yet. And still they don't give any foods to the people that are starving to death out on the street. So I won't go to church. I don't. I find it amazing. I made a mistake. I should have become a church organization. That's what I should have. I could have preached my way straight into to being a millionaire. Jeez, the amount and the people. So on the way to the little town where I live, the tricycle driver, he looked at the church. He goes, "Do you go to church?" I said, "No." I said, "Do you go to church?" "Oh, yes. We have to tithe." But they got these people worked up. They got them worked up into a frenzy. Dig deep. I call it dig deep, the gathering gloom, and watch your money fade from every room. So it's an amazing thing that the Philippines has. Oh, and on the way to the city, I made note of this in many other videos, but probably in the last 4 years, they have probably built, with no exaggeration at all, four or five churches on the right side of the road going to Tagbilaran City, and probably 2 or 3 on the left side. That's seven new churches. Now, if you go from my house to Alona Beach, there's another dozen new churches. So, I don't know. I guess it's not too late to build a church. Maybe I'll just turn the whole hotel into a church. The church on the Bohol Sea or something like that. And I'll have you people send me money. What's the name of that song? ZZ Top, Money for Nothing, and the chicks are free. Holy macaroni, I want to be a church when I grow up. Let's see what we got here. Bobby Digital. Welcome to the machine, Bobby Digital. Yeah, that's amazing. That's just amazing. I never seen anything like this. The church with no money and no business. And in the meantime, I went into the best, biggest, most well-placed Big Al. Welcome, Big Al. I went into town There's a Petrone, Petrone, Petrone gas station. You could look it up. It's in Poblacion. It's on the corner, the biggest corner, right dead center in the middle of 250 stores. And it was for probably for 30 years the only gas station that existed in Poblacion. I mean, I when I got here, I don't think there was another gas station. I'm trying to think. I don't remember there being another gas station. So that was the. So when I went in, I wanted to buy something in their store, and I went into the store. Now the gas station is still there, but the store was huge. They sold fishing, food for fish to go fishing, worms and whatever you go for, spearings, frozen spearings and things like that. They sold ice cream, soda, potato chips, popcorn, candy. That business is gone. Just a big empty room. And probably a dozen other businesses are gone, but not the church. Man, I gotta tell you, if somebody knows anything about the church business, and you wanna, me and you go partners. I'll make part of the hotel a church. We'll do it like that. So, anyway, that was my little story for today. And also, you guys noticed that I used that. The thumbnail with the teeth in it a lot, because there's a blogger out there with teeth. That comes from a blogger's video. Now he said those are not his teeth; they're photoshopped. Bullshit. So those are his teeth. I took the shot at 9 minutes and 39 seconds in the video, and he had teeth a minute before that, but then when he was yelling about something, his fake teeth fell out. And that's what his teeth look like. So I always, when I am mesmerized that somebody could walk around with rotten teeth like that and swear that he's handsome and good looking. What I think is, I think he's not telling you the truth. But also, when I see teeth like that, I am telling you, I'm not kidding you, I'm telling you the absolute truth. Every time I see that picture, I go for the toothbrush. Now, I am missing a few teeth, but the teeth that are in my mouth, they're teeth. They don't look like that. That is an amazing thing. And I probably brush my teeth more now that I see that picture than, it's kind of like it's like do not drink and drive. So whenever I go have a cookie or a snack, I get the toothbrush. I bring the toothbrush over with a little bucket of water and I brush my teeth. Before I go to bed, I brush my teeth. I wake up in the middle of the night, I brush my teeth. And that's why I use that thing. It reminds me of, well, my mother made us brush our teeth after every meal. Not all my friends did that. I had a friend of mine, his mother used to make him brush before he ate and after he ate. Drew. And this guy, Drew, him and I we went to kindergarten together right up until the 8th grade. We were in every class, every classroom from kindergarten to 8th grade. Drew and I were in the same class. We had paper out together, and we both had a Long Island press route, and what we would do is we would go to Drew's house if it was snowing out on like a Saturday night. Our papers would come in at 10 or 11 o'clock Saturday night, and we'd pick our papers up, and in the press building where the papers came in, there were only there was one bench where you could fold your papers. So if we didn't get there early enough, somebody, whoever was there, would throw their bag on the bench. And then if they had, I think on my route, 27 route, I think I had 65 papers, and Drew had, I don't know how many. I wouldn't remember that, but on Sundays paper was thick. It was like this thick. So if it was snowing, Mr. V would be there, and he would sell us these wax paper bags to put the papers in. And that was a pain in the neck. You had to fold the paper, put it in the wax bag, and then roll over the wax. So we would go to Drew's house and put the and fold our papers in his garage. But anyway, Drew never smoked a cigarette. He never smoked pot. He never did drugs. One day he was coming with me on my paper route, and we might have been 15 years old, 14 years old, and he met Angela, who was his wife-to-be, on my paper route. When we were, I don't know, maybe I was collecting. But anyway, he came up to the door with me. He met this girl. He ended up marrying her. Stayed married with the same girl. Never, ever, ever drank alcohol. Never smoked a cigarette. Never smoked pot. Never did drugs. Didn't go to bars. Never did anything to disrupt his wife cooked dinner every day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She had a twin sister. He lived in the mother's house. He had good food every day of his life. He got a job working for the Board of Education as a janitor in a local school. He had a great job. He had great benefits. He died when he was 50 years old, 52 years old. Massive heart attack. So I guess his heart never got a good workout from doing all that other bad shit that everybody else did. Not me, but everybody else. Anyway, Drew was a cool guy, but yeah, I remember he died just before I left New York, probably. Well, right around the time I left New York. Well, as a matter of fact, when I was in New York last time, he has a son named Joey, and I hadn't seen his son since 1993. I was standing in front of my house in New York doing something, and a man stops the car. Hey, Michael! And I walked over to say hello. It's Joey, Drew's son. And I'm going, wow, man. It's funny to see your kids, friends, and after 20 years, and he was doing well. Now Joey's almost 50 years old. Drew got married when he was 16. He had to. Anyway, I'm going to go outside and do some painting. So there's another, how hot is it? Oof, hot today. It's hot. But first I have to fix my glasses. I'll let you just look. I have some junk I put up on the shelf. That's not staying there, that stuff. It's only that because I needed to sort it out. It's all going to disappear very soon. What did I do with the screw? Please don't tell me I lost the screw. I did. I had the screw from my glasses. Oh man. I had a screw from my glasses. How's that even possible? I find that hard to believe. It's not a very big screw, I'll tell you that. Wow. Oh, man. I have another one outside, but I'd have to go get that. Where is that? Come on, screw. It could be anywhere, too. It's not a big screw. I don't even know how it moved. It got moved. I'm going to look on the floor. Oh, boy. I'm spinning my wheels here. I know it. That is a trip. Where the hell did I put that? All right. I'm going to do one more thing, and then I'm going to give up. Jack Thompson. How you doing, Jack? I can't. Ah, here it is. It's not very big. This is how big it is. See how the camera shows you this screw. I don't know if you can see that. Anyway, Jack, welcome to the machine. So we're going to go out and paint today. Jack is Jack Sunday. Ah, this telephone lineman. Yeah. We have a. I'll show it to you if you're interested. I have, believe it or not, I think I have another one. I do have another one, much newer though, probably from the 80s. I don't know how old this is. This one is high tech, yeah. This one was the one they put. Oh, wait a second. There's the screw. Okay. This one was the one where they put the little wooden stick in, or the plastic stick that they used to carry. Now I'm not real sure if this is the way it always worked, because that's as far as it moves. So I think they put the stick in there, and that registered, maybe that registered the number they were dialing, or either that or this is broke. I don't know. Maybe you know. And then it has the original cord on there. And this part hooks onto your belt, onto the work belt. It's like a clip. It is a clip. And this one, on this side here, it has the, whatever that does. What does that say? On and off. I can't read it. No, I guess if I put it like this, I'll be able to read it. Anyway, this part goes up and down. It never got wet. It's just very old. And then on this side is the your phone number is locked in. All right. Talk and Mon for listening only. Okay. Thank you, Dennis. And it's made by Bell System. Now, this is really, this is a piece of junk. Okay, you can't argue the point whether it's a piece of junk or not, but that's going to be the motif of the hotel. It's going to be construction tools and antiques that are from the 1940s, 50s, 60s, like that. And in each room, there'll be 2 or 3 little odds and ends antiques or maybe more. And I brought them with me. I have nothing to do with them. This, if I tried to sell this here in the Philippines, I don't, I don't think anybody would give you $1 for it. I mean, I don't know that you could get $1 for it on Amazon, but that's what it's going to be. Stuff that I got to pull that plug out of it. You know, if you showed most of the children that are under 17, 18 years old now, if you show them a phone with a dial, they don't know what that dial is for. They really don't. I mean, they've showed it to you in movies, but they have no idea what the dial is for, how to make the dial, how to make the phone work. I've showed people, I have the old kind of phones that went on the wall, the round part where you hold your ear to one piece and you talk into the wall. I think I have 2 of those, and there's a dial on there, and I showed it to somebody, but I don't remember who. But they had no idea what it was. They had no idea it was even a telephone. So in today's world, they don't teach these children much, if anything at all. Now they're teaching them nothing. So what I got to do now is I still got to put. Thank you, Dennis. I have no idea. They've never seen a telephone. They've never seen one. It would be it's not something they ever saw. Nope, that's not the hook. Oh boy. And I'm going outside, and I'm going to tell you something. It's hot out there. I don't know what the heat index is. So I walked back. I walked through town. I wanted to get some bread. I needed some ibuprofen. I found a place in town. It's an old pharmacy. It's the original pharmacy. They had ibuprofen for 2 pesos a pill, which is what it should be. In the city, it was 2 pesos. Then they raised it to 3. But in the drugstore called 360, they want 6 pesos for it. So I bought 100 last time I was in the pharmacy. At 6 pesos each for 200 milligram pills. These were 200 milligram pills. I don't have any more of those left. And 6 pesos for a 200 milligram pill. And today I bought these 400 milligrams for 2 pesos per pill. 2 pesos. So the other ones in the gel capsules were 6 times the price, because they're half the strength and twice the price. Okay, now we got that out of the way. So I found a store that had them, and in the city, no one had ibuprofen at all in the city. No pharmacy. When I went in, what was it, Wednesday? No pharmacy had ibuprofen. Nobody. And I went to 3 pharmacies. One was closed. One is gone. My favorite pharmacy that I've been going to for years, that's gone. They closed the store. I don't know if they'll open it up again, but the gate's down and it says store closed. So, and the pharmacy, of course, none of them. Nobody had ibuprofen. I don't know why. I don't. Maybe if I open up a church instead of a hotel, I could also sell ibuprofen if I could get a good stock. Okay, so now don't forget, now I have a big special coming up this week where I'm going to name names. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to tell people, like, I'll give you like a hint, right? There's a guy, and he is a piece of garbage, blogger. He ridicules, mocks, destroys everybody else's reputation on YouTube. That's what he does. We're not talking about Fat Slob. That he does that too. But there's another guy that takes after him closely. His name is Andy, right? And he likes to make fun of me. He likes to, Fazio's broke. We're going to go paint mushrooms on the side of Fazio's house. He is going to be very surprised at some of the things I say. But I'll just tell you one thing. He put up a video. I don't watch his shit anymore because all he does, he has to mention my name. The piece of shaving cream, he has to mention my name. He thinks he's funny, but I'm telling you, I'm not kidding you. One day, he's always abusing people with his mouth. He runs his mouth, says, and now I know for a fact that 90% of what he says isn't true, because I know what he said about me is not true. So last week, the little gay man, I think he's gay, which is okay. It's good that he's gay. There's more women for the rest of us. But the little gay man, bisexual, at least bisexual. This is the kind of thing we're going to talk about in my upcoming live stream. He said he was psychic. He had a psychic experience. It was in the title of his video. Well, I think the only thing psychic about that guy is that he knows where to find other gay men. I think that's his only psychic power, skill set, psychic skill set. I think he has gaydar. But it's possible. I mean, I don't know how those guys meet each other. But there is something. I know he's lying because he lied about me and my brief meeting with Phil Rizzuto. I met Phil Rizzuto on September 25th of 2020. I talked with Phil Rizzuto and his wife Gladys. If we had 3 minutes of conversation, it's on video. From the time I started talking to Phil Rizzuto and his wife Gladys to the time I stopped talking to him, might have been 3 minutes. Could have been 4. Could have been. But when I said goodbye to him, we said hello on video, and I said goodbye to him on video. We just talked about nothing at all. There was nothing. I put his name in a video the next few days later that I met this guy named Phil Rizzuto. And he sent me message, thanks for saying hello, thanks for posting the video. And that was our only correspondence between Phil Rizzuto and I. Later that day, he asked me where he could buy rice, and I told him where you could possibly buy rice because Gladys wanted rice. That was the only conversation we had. And this little guy, Andy, with the gaydar, I think that's his only psychic skill set, is that he's got gaydar and he knows how to find gays and or ladyboys. That's what I believe, okay? And that's cool. I mean, this way it saves him a lot of money for, putting advertisements on the Ladyboy Lovers channel in Manila. So, Scott Del Fuego comes in on a big day, Happy Mother's Day, a Mother's Day. And Scott, thank you for stopping by. Oh my God, I haven't seen Scott in a long time. Wow. Scott Del Fuego, thank you for stopping by. Thanks for saying hello. Yeah, that little fella, Andy, he was talking about... So here's how I know this guy lies about everything. So, again, I'll repeat this. I think I was in the process of making a video, and Phil Rizzuto came and I said, can I put you in the video? He said, sure. The video went on. He went on the video. I might have been actually making a video at the time. we talked for 3 minutes, nothing but pleasantries, where you from, blah, blah, just blah, blah, blah. We left. After that, I posted the video. Phil said, thanks for posting the video. You have a nice channel. And we never spoke again. There was no reason for me to no reason for me to talk to the man. I didn't know who he was, and I didn't even know he had a channel. And he does. So I looked at his channel. It wouldn't be something I was interested in to watch, but there was a channel. I never had any words with Phil Rizzuto. We never had any back and forth negativity. And this piece of Gator, the man with the Gator, Andy, that's his only psychic link to the psychic phenomena world, is that he has Gator. He knows where to find other gay men. And but that he lied in his video about Phil Rizzuto. Phil Rizzuto met Fazio, and Phil Rizzuto didn't like Fazio, and Phil Rizzuto thought Fazio was a total mess. What being a total mess? I had just came out of the water for 5 hours of scuba diving, swimming, and snorkeling. What was I supposed to look like? I had a tank top on, and I had just walking down my clothes that I went diving, and I had a bag of my dive gear with me. How could Phil Rizzuto come to some conclusion that I was a mess? I was diving all day. Maybe my hair wasn't combed. But I doubt that Phil Rizzuto would make the boldest statement that Andy said, he didn't like Fazio at all, Fazio. This guy, Andy, he likes to ridicule and mock people. And he waited for Phil Rizzuto to leave the Philippines before he really dug deep into Phil Rizzuto. But one day, Andy, he's always sitting in his car, blah, 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 mother effering this guy and bad-mouthing that guy and bad-mouthing this guy. And I'm telling you, the guy is not big. He certainly don't look tough. And he's certainly not tough enough for the mouth he got. Because if he was, he would back up what he said about me, what he wants to do with me, and tell me how to get to where he lives. And we'll make that video. Because he said he was going to come here and throw $50 at Fazio. He's going to throw $50 at Fazio and tell Fazio to suck his Komosikiyama. And I said, whoa, wait a minute, let's do this. You put $50 in one hand and then you hold your camera and you tell me to do this thing that you said you're going to do. We'll make a video. But the coward won't tell me where to meet him to make the video. But he likes to run his mouth. I swear to God, one day he's going to be in his car. This would be a psychic thing. He'll be in his car going blah, 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 about somebody, and somebody will open up the door and drag him out and have a conversation with him. Because he got a big mouth. So if you got a big mouth and you're writing checks with your mouth that your body can't cash, you got to expect those checks to come in. Due. Money is due. It's going to happen. I can't say for sure that it'll happen, but I would think that it would. And it certainly would be a great video for him to put $50 in his hand, like he said. Here, Fazio, here's $50. Suck my Komosikiyama. Yeah, baby. Just tell me where you live. Even the first time the lockdown ends, we'll do this video that you want to do. You little runt. And if you could pull this off, it'll be the video of a century. But if you do this, you should be prepared. There might be some flack, some verbal flack coming back at you. You are a piece of garbage. You are a piece of garbage. And that's the kind of thing we're going to do on my live stream when I name names and topic matter. And we're also going to talk about, we have a guy who thinks he's funny. We have a guy up there in, Canada. He thinks he's funny with his snide remarks that he puts into the comments section and then removes them. And then he laughs at people that are making fun of me. Oh, yeah, baby. we got some stuff coming your way too. We got some stuff coming your way too. I don't know if I'm going to call you Oh Canada or Canada 0.0, because that's what I think you have in the way of people skills. I don't think you have any people skills at all. I think I'm going to dress him down. There's no doubt about it. I don't know that he will self-destruct, but I'm going to dress him down. I'll do it in public. I'll do it at where his place. He can come to my house, but I'm going to dress him down proper. And there's nothing he's going to be able to do about it, because he's just got a big mouth. He knows he's got a big mouth, but he ain't got nothing to back it up with. And if he does, I want to see it. I want to see him back up his mouth. I want to see it. I really do. I think it'll make a great video. He wants to be famous on YouTube. I'll make you famous. So the other guy, 0.0 Canada, I'm going to talk about some of the things that he doesn't know about. I'm going to tell him things about people that he doesn't know about. 0.0 Canada. And what the minimum requirements are to come to the Philippines. And I doubt very much he has those minimum requirements. And those minimum requirements were set forth a year and a half ago in multiple videos. So we'll find out if 0.0 Canada has what it takes to come to the Philippines and consummate his so-called love affair. And on a side note, there is no normal, rational, intelligent human being in this world that would say, after just knowing somebody for a few months, I know more about this person than anybody else in the world. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot to believe that. You're an idiot. What you really should do is try to ask people for some of the old videos. And then you'll know some things about the person that you think you're coming to meet. Because the person you think you're coming to meet is definitely not the person that's here. So we're going to talk about 0.0 Canada and the minimum requirements. The minimum requirements were set forth a year and a half ago. I'm not going to be telling anybody anything that can't be proven. I don't know if the videos are still there, but there were prerequisites. So that's the kind of stuff we're going to go into. And as far as the fat slob, the Viagra popping drunken piece of garbage that he is, I want people to understand that he has crossed the line with me. Okay, I just want him to know that he's crossed the line. I let him get away with running his mouth. I let him get away with talking shit. Him and the Gaydar guy from Subic Bay in Manila, Gaydar Andy. I let him get. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend some time sharing his videos. Sharing his videos to people that really probably want to know what kind of person they have in their country. Okay? So, hey, fat slob, you crossed the line. You think what you do is funny. What you do isn't funny, dude. It's not funny. You are a sick, you are a mentally deranged, sick, perverted person, in my opinion. And we're going to get involved with who's going to get notifications about what you do where you are, and then we're going to have a little bit of a topic conversation. You crossed the line with a lot of people, and apparently, I don't know why people are afraid of you. I have no idea. Because you have money? I don't care about that. Because you appear to be, you can walk 10 miles? I don't care about that either, dude. You have crossed the line. You think it's funny to make fun of me on everybody else's channel, and every side chat, every side panel, and then direct people to videos about me and where you can find videos, and Fazio's channel's going down. Hey, dude, man, I'm going to start sending out notifications about what you do and where you are. And I'm serious. And you can do whatever you want about that. I don't care. But you're gonna start being exploited. What made information, public information that you made public, that shit's gonna start to come out and be publicized even further. So you think what you do, and your friend Richie, who goes, I only make videos for comedy. And then you and him and that other piece of garbage, the hemorrhoid, you all go on and you all blah, blah, blah about me behind my back. Instead of saying Fazio's a hard-working man, always had a business, no, you try to degrade me. You're not going to get away with that. I'm not going to let you get away with it. You're going to regret doing it as well. Now, you may do whatever you feel necessary to do. I don't care. But you're going to regret degrading me on a daily basis, month after month, month after month, month after month, for the last year and a half. You'll regret it. I promise you, you'll regret it. One way or another, you're going to regret it. So that's the kind of stuff we're going to do on my live stream where, I don't know, maybe I'll call letting it all out. But I'm going to name names. I'm going to name places. I'm going to name the people I'm going to send the videos to. I'm going to name the places where you can get the videos, or maybe who might have the videos. You can ask them for the videos. Yeah, you got a big mouth, fat slob. You got a big mouth, and you like to run your mouth all over the internet. So let's do this. You continue. Fazio is broke. Fazio never owned a house. Fazio never owned a boat. You and the other guy, the closet dweller, you followed in his footsteps. So I'm going to do a Fazio extravaganza. I don't know what we're going to call it, but you're all going to be included. The Chinese rocket. I don't know. Shit. Yeah. All right, so Scott and Dennis and I got to go outside. I got to get something painted. I haven't painted anything in like 20 hours. Boy, my wow. Well, you guys are going through the change of weather, Scott. I always found that this time of the year, with the change of weather, wearing a lot of clothes, sweating, not wearing clothes, I myself didn't get sick. My dad never got sick, but my mom and my brother used to get sick at this time of the year often. The Chinese rocket launcher last. Fat Mouth Vlogs. That guy he's going to be in for a big surprise. Because as he enjoyed doing, sharing my videos with Richie and many, and Andy, Gaydar, Andy, and sharing my videos with Hero and there, and the hemorrhoid and him sending out links. Now I'm going to start sharing your shit and my personal opinion about your videos. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander, all right? Fat slob, you're gonna get the same publicity from me that you gave about me to everybody else, but mine is going to count a little bit more than yours. Because with you publicizing all this crap about me that was never true, that you were going to go to my neighbor's house, and I'm at Fazio's neighbor's house, and I interviewed and you never did that. You never interviewed anybody. You made it up. You're a piece of garbage. You're a sexual pervert. You're a sexual deviant. That's my opinion. And I think that anybody, and I've said this before, anybody that gives you money, anybody, is also a sexual deviant and a sexual pervert. Because they're enhancing your perversion. So also what I would add about your sexual perversion is, how would the people that are giving you money, how would they like it if you were dating their daughter or their niece or their wife or their ex-wife or anybody that was in their family? You people are truly sick, mentally deranged people that support that guy. And you think it's funny. He had a 25-year-old girl. He makes no bones about it either. This is the sick part of it. I want you to think about what I'm going to say, because we're going to get in much, much more detail in my real life stream about this. We're going to get into I'm going to make it age restricted, number one, and I'm going to go in deep. I'm going to go in deep. And he's talking about, I have a 25, I'm 56, she's 25. And, he's making a joke out of it. Well, that part doesn't, it's something wrong with him inside his head for that. But then he talks about, thank God for Trump, he gave me a bottle of Viagra, number two. Then he's drunk when he takes the Viagra. That's stupid. And then on top of that, then he has a tendency to say with these girls, first of all, he kisses them on the mouth. Okay? Now, where their mouth has been, this is true. Where their mouth has been just hours before, minutes before they maybe have arrived. I would love to have like a playlist of where they've been for the last 2 weeks and where their mouth has been. Joe from, Uganda Joe, and the mouth has been over here, there, and there on Uganda Joe. And then Who Flung Wong, and then their mouth has been here. And then Fat Slob, he kisses them. And then later, sometime in the video, he goes, I can't wait to see what she tastes like. Dude, she tastes like the last 14 men she had sex with. There's no guessing here. There's residue, DNA and other types of residue. That's what she tastes like. The last 14 or 18 or 20 men. That's where the flavor's coming from. And you think that you are so cool kissing this girl and then saying, I can't wait to see what she tastes. Oh my God, dude. I hope your wife gets to see these videos and your daughters. That'd be great. Your daughters could say, look at my dad. Look at my dad. Oh yeah, you're gonna love this video I'm coming out with. All right, I got to put this screw in there. Yeah. We got big things planned for you, fat slob. And I'm going to tell you right now, everybody out there listening, whether I like you, whether you're my friend, my foe, long-term subscriber, anybody on YouTube that has the hemorrhoid allows the hemorrhoid to comment on their page under any of the 3 or 4 names that I know him by, you are history in my book. You will never, I might watch, some of you, you'll never see me make a comment on your channel. You won't probably get any views from it as well. Probably I won't watch it. Once I see the hemorrhoid as a wrench or a commenter on your channel, you don't exist in my life. To let that piece of crap, in my opinion, to let that piece of crap on your channel, something is wrong with you, that you forgot what a piece of garbage he is. And not only that, his persona as the hemorrhoid now, with his 3 or 4 known names, might be somewhat normal. But you can rest assured he is still trolling you in your channel at that time to get you going. The guy is a piece of garbage, in my opinion. All right, so let me get this crazy glue in there. I don't know that this is gonna work, but we're gonna try it. Yeah, you guys are gonna love my upcoming video, especially 0.0 Canada. Boy, he's gonna love some of the stuff that I have to say, and we're gonna talk about somebody who I know for a damn fact in my mind, but also I've heard it said by the person that there is actually the fact of what this piece of garbage closet dweller said is that he's basically extorting somebody. Now, he didn't say he was extorting them for money, but he was holding over his head the fact that he has videos of that guy being what he thought was comedy at the time, but he said, I'm the one who, and I've said this before, I said this for months, that there's a guy extorting another man. And I said, why? That he was extorting the man, saying that if you don't help me or follow through with my lead, I will get you fired from your job. So one of my friends turned on me. And I thought he was my friend, but apparently he was being extorted, which does not give him free rein to turn on me. But we're going to talk about that as well. And there is video proof that this guy said, I'm the one who got him off YouTube. I said I was going to go to his job and get him fired. And then the guy turned on me. Well, he had done that before, but then I was sure that the guy was being extorted. Now, I don't know if he was getting extorted for money or not. I can't prove that. The guy has a lot of money. It might be possible. But one thing that I know for sure is that the video exists, that the reason this very wealthy blogger, at some point famous blogger, got off YouTube was because the closet dweller said, I'm going to get you fired from your job. And at the same time, the guy turned on me and said that Fazio's this and Fazio's that, and then had guests on a certain show, and you all went against me. That's going to backfire on you big time. I think. I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong. But we're going to find out. And that's going to, I probably think I'm going to do that show next Sunday. Next Sunday. And you guys know I don't lie. So, I mean, I might be lying about whether it's going to happen next Sunday or not. I don't know that. But it's going to happen. You're going to enjoy this. Oh, Canada 0.0. You're going to enjoy it too. Because you, just like you enjoyed leaving mocking comments about me that you know are not, either you know are not true or you don't know are true, but you went along to get along. Oh yeah, we got something special for you, dude. I gotta, hold on a minute, I gotta look at this under a magnifying glass. And the other guy, oh, this, I won't even name. You know what I'll do this week? I'll put together a list of who's going to be in the big show. There's a lot of people. I have a lot of work to do, too. I'm not going to go through the trouble of providing definitive proof about some of the things I say. They should be readily available. But if you guys want to lie about me, I'm going to tell the truth about you. It's going to be fun, too, because it's something that I enjoy doing. I enjoy a good banter. And you guys are going to be privy. You're going to be privy to some positive feedback on your worthless selves and channels. I see. I should just go outside. I have to go get a jeweler's screwdriver. I'll be back in a minute. I can't fit the tip of the that I'm using to tighten the screw. I don't think that's working as well as I'd like it to work. I'll be back in a moment. All right. Should have it now. I have a little set. I have a smaller set than this, but it's a set of jewelers. They call it jeweler screwdrivers. And I have smaller ones than this, but those are for taking apart stuff that I would never need it for. Okay, let's see what we could do with this. Whoa! I'm glad I went out to get that set. It was not. The knife just wouldn't set it down. It had to be set down into the reveal down there. Now I have it flush, and it's fallen. That screw has fallen out twice. When I take the glasses out of my pocket, the wing, the arm is off. Now, and what do you think the chances of finding that little screw is? After the wing falls off and you take it out of your pocket and you have a pocket full of change and everything, what do you think your chances of that are? Finding that screw? I found it twice. It was actually in the. It was actually inside your pocket. It's sewed together, and there's hair at the bottom of your pocket where the material is folded up and sewed together. It was actually in that material twice. I found that interesting. I think I'm going to I'll let that harden up. Okay, I'm going outside to do some white paint. In honor of Mother's Day, I'm going to paint using only white paint today, baby. So I'll tell you too something else. I never complain about the heat, never. But I wet my this shirt before I went to the city, the little city, not the big city, and I had a big hat. I wet my hat down. It was brutal. It was brutal. There was no wind there at all. At least here we have a breeze. So I'm going to go out now. I'll check the comments. Fat Mouth Blog says Dennis Allen. That's true. That's true. He got a big mouth. He's been running it day and night lately. I don't understand why somebody in Thailand doesn't go find him. I don't understand why people don't go looking for these people. I mean, to have a conversation with them. I don't understand it. He's cursing out. I don't watch Thailand videos. I watched his because to some degree, his videos were informative. Nothing I would ever be able to use, but I didn't know. I had no idea. I'll say this again. I had no idea you could walk into a bar and buy a wife. I had no idea. Who knew? Who did know? I wouldn't know anything about that. Since I was born, I've never been on a pornographic website or the dark web. I don't know about shit like that. I know how to build stuff. And yet with all the stuff all the skill sets and knowledge and boats and cranes and barges and tugboats, you hear anybody giving Fazio kudos for his skill sets? No. You hear Fazio's fat, Fazio's broke, Fazio's lives in a shack, Fazio never owned a boat, Fazio never owned a crane, Fazio never owned a barge. You guys are going to pay for that dearly. Verbally, of course. I'm going to make you pay verbally. And I'm going to do everything in my power to bring your lifestyle into a public venue. So you could do that to me. What have I done? I'm working on building something that I have plans and permits for. What have I done to break the law? You guys, a lot of you guys, are either breaking the law or I keep going back to old Canada 0.0. You are one foolish person, dude. I'm not going to say that you're stupid because apparently you're a trucker or whatever it is that you are, but you have no idea at all about what it's like living in the Philippines, dude. I listen to you and I laugh. You have no concept of what it's like living in the Philippines. If you think you're going to come to the Philippines and fit in, that only happens to one in a few hundred people that come here. More than one out of a few hundred people stay here, but only to fit in? No, that doesn't happen so much. For instance, one of the things I did this morning was I spent a part of my morning with the highest local government officials as a guest for an event. Okay, for Mother's Day, I was invited to a special place with the highest local government officials. Okay, you don't get invited to stuff like that if you don't fit in. You get tolerated, but you're not going to get an invitation. And an invitation for dinner. Okay? Because I might not enjoy every concept that the locals project. And I don't deal with the locals for the most part. But I fit in here a little bit better than most. But 0.0 Canada, you have no idea what you're in for, dude. Not only that, You're going to be dealing with multiple personalities when you get here. And I mean multiple personalities. You have no idea what you're getting involved with. Nothing. The Philippines is nothing like you think that you see on YouTube. Nothing at all. There's no comparison to real life and YouTube life in the Philippines. There's none. It might as well be two different things, because it is. And you think you're going to just come here and everything's going to be hunky-dory. It's not going to be like that. I don't think it'll be like that. And if you ever did any serious research, you would change your venue altogether. You would not make that mistake. And when you laughed and giggled and egged these people on to make comments about me in your chat window and your live streams, I'll have the last laugh on you if you think that you're going to come here and everything is going to be peaches and cream. And everybody is laughing at you behind your back. Everybody. Every intelligent person on the internet is just waiting for you to come here and fall flat on your face. The Philippines is not what you think it is. The people in the Philippines are not what they appear to be on YouTube. But you come here and you figure that out for yourself. Now, next week I might elaborate a little bit more without getting into any kind of legal issue. But you're a foolish man. You're a foolish man. In my opinion, you're just wasting your time. But that's your time to waste. People say I'm wasting my time building a hotel. I'm going to build a hotel. I got nothing else to do. I don't have anything else to do. I can't go swimming because of my leg. And even if I did go swimming, I don't go swimming every day. And there's nothing else to do. I've already dove every great reef in the Philippines. To go back to spend the amount of time and energy there is to get to a reef or to go diving here, it's expensive. I told you guys yesterday what it costs to go diving here. It's more expensive here. 3, 4, 5 times more expensive to go diving here in the Philippines than it is in America. You can go out of the Amore, A-M-O-R-A, or E, Amore Hotel and dive. They have a 55-foot catamaran, put 40 people on it. The boat's probably worth about $1 million, a real million, not pesos, a real $1 million. By the time they put all of their dive gear on it and their electronics and all that, or you could go out of Holiday Inn, which is on the ocean side, or you could go out of another huge resort on the bay side, not so far from the Amore. At 103, there's a beautiful dive resort with another 55-foot cat. That boat's worth $1 million. You can go diving all day for $60. They have a freshwater shower. They give you fruit after you dive, a couple of slices of oranges, sometimes apples, but not so often. Fresh water, stereo sound surround system, television for dive videos if you want to play your dive videos after you're done diving. That's $1 million boat, and you're on the boat for 6 hours for $60. Here, you're on the boat for 4 hours, and it's $70. And you're on a boat that costs $30,000 with no fresh water. Oh, and in America, you get all the fresh water you want to drink for free, and ice for free, and freshwater showers for free, stereo for free. You could play your videos for free. And you travel 10 miles to the dive site through the most beautiful tropical islands in the Florida Keys. It's all part of the dive package. Here, they throw you on a boat and you're at the dive spot in 45 seconds. It's the same price, $70. It's more money, $70. No fruit, no fresh water, no ice, no shade. You're on an open boat, no shade at all. The other boats all have canopies. It's very expensive living here. It's not like anything that you people can comprehend. You go out on a boat, and they don't even have a tarpaulin over the boat, and they're charging you. You get beat up by the sun alone. You're exhausted at the end of the day. You people have no idea what it's like to live here in the Philippines. But when he gets here, he'll find out what it's really like to live here. It's a completely different world. Now, I came from New York. Now, you want to talk about culture shock? Jeez. But talking about culture shock, I mean, there is nothing. There's 100 dogs on my block that are full of fleas and the mange. That's normal here. Nobody says a thing about it. They don't bother you, the dogs, but they are disgusting to look at. They smell terrible. And the children run up and play and hug dogs full of mange. I'm not making this stuff up. You know, maybe the child knew the dog when it was a puppy before it got mangy. But I was watching a child hug a dog in front of the house the other day that was full of fleas and mange. It's not like living in any other first world country. It doesn't bother me that the kid plays with a mangy dog, but this is how they grew up here. You have no idea what you're getting yourself in for. And if you think you're coming here for a certain thing, we'll see who has the last laugh about that. It won't be you, that's for sure. I'm going to put one more. Oh, I'm not going to put it on there now. I might have to put oil on there. No, I got it. I got it. Okay, so I'm done with these glasses, right? I am. It locked up the screw. Okay. Okay, I gotta go out and get some work done. You guys want to come with me? You're welcome to tag along, baby. Warren's Ghost making a special guest appearance here today. Happy Mother's Day. Somebody said to me, Happy Mother's Day, because I look pregnant. I look pregnant. They said Happy Mother's Day to me. He makes no bones about anything without a bunch of Viagra. He does. The Rizzuto's Family Blog. Who is the hemorrhoid? The hemorrhoid is Mrs. Heminger, is affectionately known as the hemorrhoid. Hey, Phil, are you there? Is that you, Phil? Are you still there? Because I heard on Andy Gaydar's show last week that you had bad words about me when we met in Alona Beach. Now, I know it's not true. I am sure it's not true. Because we talked for, 3 minutes? And then we talked about rice about a half hour later. Andy said that you, word for word in his blog, said that Phil Rizzuto didn't like Fazio and that you thought I was a mess and a screwed up individual person. Something along those lines. Now, I know you didn't say it, but that's the kind of garbage that guy is spewing out. And then as far as you are concerned, he was knocking you down into the ground. But notice, if you're still here with me, Phil, he waited for you to leave the Philippines before he opened up his mouth. Because I met Phil Rizzuto, okay? Good-looking young man. Big, good-looking young man. Like the Incredible Hulk, but in like a 5'9" version of the Incredible Hulk. Guy is huge. And I met his wife, Gladys, for all of 3 minutes. There was... Even if I had something that I didn't like about Phil Rizzuto, which I don't, I met him, he was pleasant, we laughed, we did some blah, 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 and we went on. Andy made it sound like me and Phil were arguing, and Phil said I looked like I was a mess, and that he didn't like me. But Phil Rizzuto, in real life, there's a few people that you're going to look at in real life and say, now, that would be the one. I would never badmouth. First of all, I have nothing bad to say about Phil Rizzuto. I don't believe 90% of the stuff that you hear on YouTube, and the other 10% may or may not be true, and I don't care about it. But Phil Rizzuto was that one guy that you're going to look at in real life and say, nah. But he waited for you to leave the Philippines before he started running his mouth about you. That little piece of garbage, Andy Gaydar, Subic Bay, Manila, and he is, but I'm going to go into him deep. So that's what he said. Now, I don't know if Phil is even still here, but thank you for stopping by, Phil. And we'll find out. Ha! Thank you, Phil. No, hey, Phil, you know what? I would love to go out to dinner with you, make a video. You were like the iconic Italian. The way your bubbly personality, your looks, and you look like a healthy, strong, virile young man. You just look like a happy guy. But I will love to go out to dinner with you and Gladys. Thank you. And that guy, Andy, I told him one day somebody's going to knock on his door of his white car and drag him out and have a conversation with him, because he made up this whole elaborate story. Anyway, thank you for stopping by, Phil. A happy Mother's Day to if your mom is still alive. Happy Mother's Day, and if you have children with Gladys, happy Mother's Day to Gladys. I remember like it was yesterday meeting you. It was my 65th birthday. It was a big day for everybody. Thank you, Phil. And thank you very much. I would love to have dinner. We could go, we could make a vlog, an Italian vlog. Italian vloggers in the Philippines, baby. Good Google Barge Dragon. Cat Island. That's right. Thank you, Phil. Phil says, no, you're a good guy. Message us on Facebook. We will meet up. Okay. Let me write that down. Message Phil Rizzuto in my sloppiest handwriting. But yeah, I'll do that. You will be one of the few people I would even talk to on Messenger or Facebook. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, he also, well, I don't know that, I don't want to know where you are, but he said he's a piece of garbage. That's all I could say. He's a piece of garbage. On the street, on the real street, Andy Gaydar, Subic Bay, Manila, with his ability to lie and demean and make people's lives miserable by lying, he wouldn't last a few hours on the street. Somebody would punch his ticket. And then he'd have to get off the train. Okay. So, Phil, I'm gonna say thank you for stopping by. I'm glad you did. Thank you very much. And as far as the hemorrhoid is concerned, he's the most vile YouTube commenter on YouTube. He will. Well, you never got to meet my ex-girlfriend Daisy, but she was a sweet province girl. And he made up a story that I bought her in a bar in Bangkok, and then stuck with that and ran with that. So him, I can't say. Oh, I, I told them when you come to the Philippines, you just walk up to me and say, "Hi, I'm the hemorrhoid." I don't even know. I don't even know where to go with that. I, I would go straight to jail if I expounded on that anymore. All right, so thank you, everybody. I gotta go outside. Phil, I will message you on Facebook. Thank you very much for stopping by. I'm gonna go outside. I'm actually gonna paint. I've been dodging this for the last hour by being in the house because when I went to the city this morning, my God, it was hot. It was brutally hot. There was no wind. So Phil, this is where I live. I'll show you if you're still here. I live I'm standing on my steps right now, and this is the view that I have from my window. This is how far away from the ocean I actually live. I live about 160 feet from the ocean's water's edge. And right before the water, right on the far side of that wall, is a white sand beach. That's about 3/4 of a mile long. So this is where I live. And those guys that don't like what I say, because I'm going all in on a couple of those guys for lying and deceiving people. They just here's what you do, guys. This is not a secret where I live. This is what it looks like right in front of my house, right there. That's the house you're going to be standing next to. This is the hotel that I live next door to. Mine Hoppin. This is the blue container right there. Stand right outside there and do exactly what you said you're going to do. You're going to, hey, Fazio, get your ass out here. We want to talk to you. Right there. Stand right there. And I'll be out. Just give me time to put my shoes on. So this way you don't bother my neighbors. So yesterday I painted, I put all this plywood down, paper down, because I painted a bunch of stuff yesterday that you could see, but it's mostly just stuff that nobody needs to see. I painted these sheets that are going up on the roof as roof panels, and then on top of that I have a super heavy-duty industrial-grade rubber tarp that goes over that. I mean, vinyl floor covering, and on top of that, a tarpaulin that goes over this container right here. So these sheets here are the sheets that well, these are the rest of the sheets that have to get painted. This is a 1/2 inch. This is another 1/2 inch. These are what is called 16 millimeter. So they only have the edges painted now. Oh, well, one of them is painted. And they're all going to go up on the roof I have a project that I'm working on up there. So, but I have to paint them first because the quality of the phenolic resin, just from the dampness, not from being just the rain, but just from the dampness itself, is letting the wood blow apart. So I'm going to go in the house for a moment to check to see that the camera you can see me in the camera, and then I'll be outside within a minute to start my painting. Well, it looks good. It looks like you'll have a view of what I'm doing if I do just this little bit like that. Wow, that's a great view, says Phil Rizzuto. Yes, it is. It's a beautiful view. And the beach that I'm on, I'm not going to be able to answer. Okay, Phil, I'm not going to be able to answer any more comments. Because I'm going to go to work now. But the beach that I'm on has probably one of the best reefs in the Philippines on it, right? 300 feet from shore as well. All right. Oh boy, that's straight trips for a shirt. Forgot to change my shirt. I put on, this is called body lotion, after shower shower gel, and it's a protective coating between the skin, but especially underneath the fingernails, so the paint doesn't go under there. I put it on. You can put it on your face, your neck, and then when you get paint on you, at the end of the day, you need a minimum amount of soap. Minimum amount of soap to paint, to clean. All the paint comes right off. And I forgot my sneakers. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm just getting started here today because I know I only have 3 hours of work, and I did not want to work in the sun this morning. The wind was minimal, the sun was maximal. And like I said, I had been invited to a breakfast for Mother's Day with the community leaders, and we enjoyed our breakfast, and I gave some snacks out to the woman, the guest of honor. She was very happy, and now I understand, since I got home from the city, what she's going to do is she's going to take my my snacks and do something for the neighbors, and I was invited for dinner. So I don't know that I'll go, and I'll definitely stop by. I don't know that I'll eat anything, because the foods I gave her by themselves would be okay to eat, but the locals, the Filipinos, they add a lot of MSG and salt, and I can't eat any of that stuff. So when I go, I don't have much. Ow. We are just a few seconds away from throwing that plywood up onto the stanchions. I think I'll put the glasses over here. Yeah. What I'm going to do is take this down. I want to show you something. I showed it to you yesterday for those of you who were here, but this was actually a storage box for dive gear that I slept underneath my bed. It's made out of 12, 13 square foot, maybe 14. A half a sheet of plywood should weigh 38 pounds. And now I can pick it up with one finger, and it only weighs about 9 pounds. So the termites, these Filipino termites, they hollow it out. They hollow it out. This is hollow. This is all hollow over here. The whole thing is hollow. There's nothing left of the wood. So I use it for demonstration purposes. What do Filipino termites do to the wood? They destroy it. Alrighty. The gloves are right here. Hey, if the idiot is here, get out your stopwatch and time me. See how long it takes to paint a piece of plywood. I stopped by a work site this morning, a construction site. I wanted to see if they had, there's a certain type of clamp to make the vertical column boxes that locks up the material really easy. God, you hit it with a hammer and it locks it up. It's almost like a dog lock. You put it on, you hit it with a hammer, it tightens up and it locks and binds at the same time. I've been looking for those clamps for a long time. I can't find them. A long time, like 2 years. And I only saw one person with those clamps, and he is a Chinese builder. And he had them to build a hotel up the block. Never saw them before that, never saw it after. I can't find them on the internet. So I stopped by a big construction site. I thought maybe they'd have them, but they did not. But they did have a different way of holding the four vertical, the beam, the column boxes. Well, they call for 70 millimeter. I'm going to go 80. And they're square. Now, there's no way the way you see some people doing it, it's a lot of work to hold it together. Those other clamps from the Chinese builder, they make it all happen in seconds. But I found another way to do it. From this contractor this morning, he let me go on the job site. I took a couple of pictures. It's probably, well, those clamps, when I talked to the Chinese contractor, this goes back 3 years now, those clamps were about $35 a piece when he bought them 10 years ago. I don't know what they are now. But there's another way to do it. And it looks like a reasonable amount of time, minimal amount of money, and they're reusable like those clamps. A little bit more time to put them together, but it's just as strong. Certainly, in one way, it's better rigidity for making the column vertical and keeping it vertical. Anyway, that's my next. One of my next projects is to buy. I'll buy the materials to make my own column blocks, and that's what I'm going to have to do. If I can't find those locks, and the Chinese guy will not let me use them or sell them to me, he said no, that's not going to happen. So, and the reason it's not going to happen is he's building 3 hotels. So he's not going to give me his material that he needs to build a hotel. So, and he's not building anything now, so I'm going to have to make my own column they're square, and I'm gonna make them out of pipe, and I figured out how to do it. Probably gonna cost about well, I'll tell you right now. I need 1, 2, 4, 8, and then 30 inches of pipe. Times 4, that's 120 inches. So that's 700 pesos for each pipe, and 800 pesos for the 15. It's going to cost about 30. About $40 per column for every 10 feet, as opposed to those hammered things that would cost about, I don't know, maybe they're $40 a piece or $50 a piece now, but I can't find them anywhere on the internet. And so actually it's cheaper to do it the way I'm going to do it, and I will be able to use the parts for something else later down the line. But it's still going to cost $40, $50 a column to do each column, each pour. But I'm going to start. I can't go get the rebar bender because they locked down Manila again. So after I'm done with this project here, well, I have some stuff to do, that's for sure, yeah? I have some stuff to do. I have a couple of things to do. But I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Huh. 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 Ah. Huh. Huh. We're not going to have that happen again. Can it go? Will it go? No! It just misses the mark. 1, 2, 3, up and over and in. There it is. Okay. Now we got it, baby. Got it now. Trying something a little different this time. Probably ain't gonna work. Yep, probably ain't gonna work. All right. Not even gonna try it. Bad idea. I just don't have the reach. I gotta be real careful now. I don't want this thing sliding off and smashing into my shin. That would be one of those bad things. Oh we got away with it that time. Ain't gonna happen again. Huh. Yeah. That was not a good idea. If it was lower, it might have worked. But it wasn't lower. Whoa! Whoa, these are painted. You cut it like that. These are all painted. Huh! 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 Huh? 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 Hey, where's the idiot? Come on, idiot. Show us how you could do the same work. Come on, idiot. Show us something physical that you could do. Idiot. Ah! Huh. Up. Up. Huh. All right, that one sheet was painted both sides. I guess they're all painted both sides. If that's the case, I'm almost done. Ugh. I gotta move two things. Uh, 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 uh. All right, in about 30, well, as soon as I get this sheet up, I'll answer questions or respond to comments that were made. So that'll be about a minute from now. So if you have a question, ask it now, or a comment. Keep it legal. Ah, 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 ah. All right. I'll take a little break and relax my leg a little bit. I can feel it now. I can feel it now, Sapphire. Every day it gets better. I think by July 4th, I might be able to go into the ocean. Maybe again. Based on how long it's taken to heal. I'm not sure about that, but I think. Oh, I don't know about that, Scott. Could be the internet. Of course, today is Sunday. And thanks, Jack. Thanks, Jack. Bye-bye, Dennis. Thank you for stopping by. And Phil left about an hour ago. Thank you, Phil, for stopping by. Okay, so all right. So the reason I'm putting that plywood up there, I have a lot of reasons. Some of them I'll tell you about, and some of them I will not take the time to explain it to you. But these plywoods on top of the house, I have what's left of a 12-foot bench I built years ago, and the termites got to that. Really, when it happened, the termites got to the sheathing on that bench. That sheathing is all gone now. So two of these sheets, 3 of these sheets are for that bench. And then 4 are for the top of this container to put. I'm putting a new roof on the container. I'm sealing the container with a type of glue, tar membrane type stuff. Then the plywood that gets screwed down to the deck, just tacked down. And then on top of that, an industrial grade vinyl floor material, and then which is one piece and sealed with what they call mastic cement, which is really shit that they sell here. But anyway, and then on top of that, I have a 10-foot tarp that's 20 feet long, and it'll drape over the side of the container like that you see there. You see it draped over the top of the container right there, that little bit of membrane, 6-8 inches. Well, the one that I have will be a foot on either side, and it'll go from one end of the container to the other. That will eliminate any leaks, because I didn't want to do an SAS roof up there. First of all, the sun gets too hot for an SAS roof. And second of all, it would be so hot, it would be so soft, to put anything on it, it would go right through the 90-pound roofing paper. So you can't do that. Yeah, you just can't do that. So I'm going to do it my way, and then it'll work. And if it works for the 2 years that I need the container, hop on. Amigo, is Jonas back? Jonas is over there? It's okay, okay. Okay, so I'm doing it with plywood, vinyl floor covering, and the tarpaulin. The tarpaulin was $50. The vinyl floor covering was cheap. That was $50. Was it 89? It was $2 a meter, and the vinyl floor covering was $20. The membrane mastic was $20, 25. So that's $100, and then the 5 sheets of plywood were another $100. So it cost me $250 to do a new roof, but I'll have a strong roof. That's why I'm doing this. Okay, so for $250, I put a good roof on the container. And then I'll probably have 1 or 2 sheets left over, and that will be what I start making forms out of. That, the plywood I have from New York, that's going to get formed up. It's going to be form lumber. And then, I gotta, I need the rebar bender before I start working seriously, but I can prepare all the clamps that I'm going to use for my vertical columns. I have the cement mixer, so all I need is the rebar bender, and I can actually start. And I'm going to do the columns. I don't know. It's only 6 yards of concrete. I guess for the day, I would be able to hire somebody, 2 men for the day, and I'll be able to get the material up to the top of each column, considering the columns are only going to be, well, they're only going to be 14 feet off the ground. For that, I could build a ramp. So I'm good to go with that. All right, so if no one has a comment, I'm going to go back to work. I want to get these up on top of there. And then I want to get all this junk up off the floor. I had a bunch of stuff I painted, and I put this shit on the floor so it wouldn't get sand on the stuff I painted. But I don't need that down there anymore. All right, well, nobody has a comment. I'll go back to work. Here we go. And if people are wondering why I'm painting this stuff, because just the water from the rain, just the rainwater, forget about contact with cement, is blowing this plywood apart. It's sick. I just came from a big construction site I told you earlier. This wood, this make, this brand, this plywood is being used one time with one-time use because they're still on the ground floor, and they put it on to the column, the vertical columns, and they only left it on for 10 days. I saw them putting it on 2 weeks ago. It's off now, so it couldn't be 14 days. So maybe they left it on for 10 days, and when they took the plywood off the vertical columns, the concrete stuck to the black phenolic resin coating and pulled the outer layer of the boards off. That's how shit this quality stuff is. So with the paint, the cement will stick to the paint. That's it. And then the paint will come off, and I'll paint it again and again and again and again if I have to. Okay. Where am I here? Where is this wood? There's wood there. And there's that wood there. Okay, that's about as good as I could get it. Oh. Huh. Huh. Uh. 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 Huh. 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 Oh, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, shit. Ah. 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 Oh. 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 Ah. 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 Oh. 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 Ah. 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 Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Huh. 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 The huh and the ooh and the ah. That's I'm not out of breath. It's the pain in the calf muscle. That's the one large wound. The largest was 3 times larger than the next one smaller. And it's 90% of the pain is gone. But 10% remains. And that's the 10% that you hear. The ahs and the oohs. Ah, shit. Last sheet, right? Always last sheet. Let's do something different. Oh. Guapo! All right. I'm just cleaning up all this crap off the floor. I don't need it on the floor anymore. So I'm building a little station there to put it on and then carry it away. Oh boy. Ah! Big up. Yo, Jonas is in the house? Yeah? Jonas is in the house? No? No, delete. Huh, 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 huh. Uh, huh. Huh. Hey, get out of here. Ow, 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 oh, huh, oh, huh, 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 huh. 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 Oh. Huh. 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 Ah. Huh. 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 Ah. Ah. Huh. Huh. Oh. Huh. Ha. 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 Ah, boy. Ah. 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 Oh. 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 I got it. Oh. 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 Uh. Uh. Ah. Ah. Oh boy. Ah. 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 No. Ah. 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 ah, ah. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Well, I could go take I could go take my ibuprofen now. I think I'm gonna go take 200 milligram ibuprofen. I'll be back in about 2 minutes and get something cold to drink. Uh, uh. Where's the idiot? Is the idiot here? Can the idiot do this? Can the idiot do that? The idiot can't even show you 1 minute of him working because he's an idiot. And now he's an idiot that can't upload. Oh boy. Oh boy. Uh. Did it because you don't like it, then you can try to fucking beat it. You did it because you really want it. Oh, oh, oh boy, what did I do? Okay, I did. I gotta get a room. Oh, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. Alrighty. I'll check the comments. I'll let that ibuprofen maybe kick in a little bit. Leo, is Jonas home? Out? Wogma? Okay. All right. No, that's not good. Oh, the comments. All right. Lee 73. I should be taking those tablets with food. Really? The ibuprofen? When I read about it, I read about that once before. It said you could take them with or without food. I think there was 3 or 4 different things I was taking at the time. I could have got it confused. I'll check it out later. Thanks, Lee. You know what I could do? I could just go get a piece of bread. I bought some fresh rolls. What they call bread. I wouldn't call it bread. Exactly. I would say it looks like bread. It's the same color. Sometimes it even smells like bread. But bread it's not. I bought some rolls today. I tell you, it looks like bread, it smells like bread, the right color, but it don't taste like, I don't know what it tastes like. It's, there's no way to describe what it tastes like. It feels like bread when you chew it, except it has no crust. It looks like it has a crust, but it's soft. Like the inside of the bread is just as soft as, the outside is just as soft as the inside. I have no idea. Boy, if we could get good water from America, we could make a freaking $1 billion making bread here. Look at this. If this doesn't actually look, it looks delicious. Right? This stuff, it looks delicious. I mean, when it's underneath the light in the bakery, oh, does that look like a piece of Italian bread? Except that this part here is just as soft as the inside. And it's the right color, but when you break it apart, the outside of the bread is just as soft as the inside, and it doesn't quite taste like bread. If it wasn't for the powder that they put on the outside of it, it would have no flavor at all. Like, it don't taste like bread. It doesn't taste like a muffin. It doesn't taste like a roll. It don't have any taste at all. Certainly doesn't taste like Italian bread. Either way, I did have not much in the way of eating today. So I'll check that out later, Lee. I'm not much for remembering. I was taking ibuprofen, amoxiclav, etorcorabic, which is reduces the fluid in the lower extremities, especially at night when you go to sleep. You lay down, the fluid build up in your calf muscles and your ankles. It dissipates that. Not supposed to take it every day, but for 10 days in a row, you could take it and then stop for a week. But I found that pill to be most rewarding because in the morning, the inflammation has gone down, and that's what causes the pain. Now, I did a lot of walking today, a lot. I probably walked on the way to town a kilometer, in town altogether 1 kilometer, maybe 1,000 feet. I walked backwards maybe 800 feet. Either way, when I do my walking, it's much less painful. Now, even walking back and forth here was good, but putting the weight on the calf muscle, the muscle expands, and the wound is right at the bottom of the calf muscle where it curves in to the ankle. So when you pick up something heavy, like those sheets of plywood with the paint both sides, probably weigh about, I don't know, 65 pounds, maybe a few pounds less or more. And you're walking, your calf muscle's going like this. Now, 6 weeks ago, I couldn't do this job. 6 weeks ago, I would not be able to do the job without taking 2 ibuprofen before I did the job. Now I did the job and took ibuprofen after. But 8 weeks, 12 weeks ago, I couldn't even walk. In December, when I went to the hospital, well, the leg is a mess. Not so much anymore, but it was a mess. But it's much better now. Down. In fact, I know it's getting better. Okay. There was a time where I was told to soak my leg every day for close to an hour. I did that. I do it every day, religiously. Dress the wound twice a day, I did that. Then dress it once a day, I did that. But there was a time where I could not, when I undressed the wound and put my foot in the 5-gallon bucket with just the regular water that comes out of the tap. That by itself made me cry. It made me cry. I got to tell you, I had to be honest with you. Just putting my leg in that water. Because before that, it had the Flamicerium cream on there, which is like a medical cream, and it was protecting it from the air. That by itself made me cry. Now, then the doctor said, when you soak your leg, to take off the eschar, E-S-C-H-A-R. Eschar is the material that's not quite skin, but it's not meat. It's like a waxy substance that makes the scab. So they said take that off of the ulcers. Like the ulcers were under the skin, but they would bleed through the skin. Sometimes they would show meat through the skin. So they said rub that and get that off, the eschar. So I did that. And then about say February when I was doing that, not only did it hurt while my leg was in the water, but as soon as I took my leg out of the water, tears would come straight into my eyes. So because as soon as it started drying, then it was raw meat, raw flesh was being exposed to oxygen or air, and it was drying up. That was just not a good feeling at all. So I would have to go straight from soaking, removing the escarp, drying the leg, and then putting the medical cream on in February. Now I can soak it, remove the escarp, and at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, and then leave it dry until 8 or 9 o'clock at night. And then I cover it with the Flamicerium cream or silver sulfur diazine. So there's enough quasi, semi transparent, thin, skin like substance over the wounds for it not to make tears come to my eyes. But if I try to go to sleep, I tried it a few days ago. Without putting the cream on it, I would go to sleep because I'm tired by 9 o'clock. Oh yeah, by 11 o'clock, I'd wake up wishing I didn't do that. So now I put the cream on before I go to sleep, and in the morning, if it's really, really itchy, because that means it's healing, then I undress it and then dress it again first thing in the morning. But either way, I'm spending a lot of time that I could have been working has gone to not just 2 hours of undressing and dressing the wound, not just that, but sometimes an hour of just sitting and staring at a wall and waiting for the pain to subside enough so that I could stand up to go get the cream. That's how much pain is in the leg. It's too painful to stand up to go to the refrigerator to get the medicine. It's an amazing thing, boy. I gotta tell you. And this is not something wrong with my body. It's not the gout. It's not diabetes. When I went to New York, the wounds were worse than they were in December. And I didn't do anything. I didn't go to the doctor. I did not take any medication. I did not take any antibiotics. I did not stop consuming salt. I did not stop consuming Italian acidic products, tomato paste, and stuff like that. I did nothing. I ate in New York 30 pounds of cold cuts, salami, provolone, gabagool, mozzarella, locatelli grating cheese, bologna, ham parma. I ate 30 pounds of cold cuts in New York. All of those are loaded with salt. I ate pizza. I ate Morton's crystal salt, splashed it all over my food. And my foot healed up 100% in 8 weeks. The only thing different I did in New York that I didn't do I was going to say the Florida Keys. The only thing I didn't do different in New York, I found my water distiller and I distilled my water for 8 weeks. I was there, and that I believe that healed my foot. Now I have a water distiller. I paid almost $200 for it. It's a piece of shit. I don't know if it's distilled in the water. It's certainly not as good as the water distiller I had in New York. Because when I came back from New York a year and a half ago, my water distiller kept me from having this wound on my leg. And then it broke. It was 13 years old, maybe 14 years old. Its life expectancy was no more. And within 3 months, the wound came back. So I really believe it's something in the water. So the new water distiller that I have does not distill the water the same way. It just doesn't. The same water that I'm buying from the same water man, from the same water company, the old distiller would, the bottom of the distilling pot would dry up, ha, ha, and you'd see a brown substance on the bottom of the pot. And you could smell it. You could smell whatever it took out of the water. You could smell it. It has a very distinctive smell. This one, the pot doesn't dry up. It still leaves a half ounce of water in the pot and shuts itself off, which is good, so you don't have to scrape the pot so much. And you can smell the residue in the pot. You can smell it. You can definitely smell it. It smells exactly like my old water distiller. But I don't think it's as good of a distiller as the one I had. Now, John Escape, who was my friend, and you'll see his name as John Escape, all capital letters, John Escape, he is sending me a water distiller. I don't know. Maybe it'll be better than the one I have. The one I have works, but it is now 5 months of using this new one, and it didn't heal up. Now, there's another reason for that. The shit that they put in the food here is offsetting the distilled water. So it could be working just as good, but being that I have to eat food. I eat a lot of pork because if I eat anything that's processed, even eggs, because the eggs, the chickens are given vitamins, they call it vitamins. It's basically steroids. It screws up my leg. Okay, so that's it for now. I really do need to see one of my neighbors about something. I have, and then I also have to get. I don't know that I'm going to go out for dinner tonight. Like I said, I'd have to get. Well, I'm going to take a bath anyway, but I won't be able to eat any of the food they make because the first thing they do with the food here is they frickin' Maserap, magic Maserap. They just throw those 5 peso packages of magic Maserap, 7 pesos now, into the food. Everything tastes delicious. Boy, that makes MSG. It really makes food taste good. But if I eat that stuff an hour later, my leg is going. That I can't take that shit at all. Okay, so let's gotta be. He's gotta be there. He's supposed to be there. All right, if you guys have any questions, ask me now. Because I need to take my bucket bath. I really do need to take my bucket bath. I want to see another neighbor. I have something to do with, possibly, maybe, with another neighbor. I guess I could. There's really not much. I guess I could leave you guys watching the ocean. I could do that. I could put you guys up and you could watch the ocean. Okay. I'll let you guys see where I live and what I see when I look out my window. I could do that. And then I could go look for my neighbor. I ask, battery power is what? 15%? I asked my neighbor, is so-and-so home? Oh. What does O sound like? What does O? Does O sound like no? Or was it no that he said and it sounds like O, which means yes? O means yes, no means no. But if you ask somebody if somebody's home and they're 55, 60 feet away, O, is that O or is that no? What is it? Yes or no? O. Still couldn't understand them. Oh, those pills didn't work yet. Those pills didn't work yet. Oh, no. Oh, they didn't kick in yet, baby. Oh, I'm looking forward to the minute they do kick in. All right, I'm going to put, oh, God. Oh, man. I'm going to put you guys up on the bed, next to my computer. And you could watch the tide go out. And I got to take a little walk. I got something that got to get done. If he's there, it's got to get done. If he's not there, it's an amazing thing. Amazing. Are you going to be there? Yeah, I'll be there. And when I went there this afternoon at 12 o'clock, he wasn't there. Why would he say he's going to be there? Why? I mean, why, if you know you're not going to be there? It's not just him, his whole family. So they knew they were going out for the day. They knew that. Maybe he forgot. Oh, it's Mother's Day. That's the fucking problem. Well, he still said he was going to be there. All right. All right. I'm going to put this up on, put this up here. Put this up here. All right. That's garbage. Throw that out. Okay. This goes over here. This is going to go up on top. Oh my God. Oh. This is garbage. Huh. 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 All right. 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 Hey, idiot! Are you going to show us some of that work that you said you did? Are we ever going to get to see any work from the idiot? Or is it all going to be fictitious, like everything else in your worthless life? Just a quick question for the idiot that I know he's watching and listening and recording and making notes. Fuck. He loves to make notes. The idiot. He does. Mm-hmm. Huh. 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 Oh boy. Ah. Ah. Mm. Ah. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, I'll be back in about 20 minutes. Ah. uh, 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 uh. All right, I'm quasi back. I need to take my bucket bath. Gotta do that. And then you guys are gonna watch. I'll open the window and you guys can watch the sunset. Oh boy. What am I doing? I'm getting these. No, not those. These go out. That goes in. And this comes out with me. All right, it'll be 35, 40 minutes before I come back.